Hello. Oops, it is still summer. Okay. I was a little worried. I kind of forgot. Is it summer? Is it fall? But it's summertime in Coral Island. Move this mic. I think today I'm going to decorate. I keep saying I'm not going to decorate yet. I think I'm going to decorate. Because why not, right? I need to decorate and get as much osmium. What is that? Kelp. And then get as many hearts as possible. And that's really my goal. If there's any festival. Come on, game. Ooh. Okay. Oh, yes, I forgot about this. And I think I can go get my axe. I think that was. I also need to upgrade that too. Okay, it is Delani's mother's birthday. Still don't think I know what Frank loves. That last heart is so irritating. And I think, what's his name too? Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. No, he likes pickles. Okay, I was sure. Frank. Oh, he does love the. What else do you love? It's gotta be something I can give you. Mm, I think Lily loves oven baked risotto is what Takeba also always. We can't give him anything. I kind of want to make stone soup and see if what's his name likes it. Archie. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Somebody has to love stone soup. Got to. And it's gold quality? Shoot. Oh, yeah. We get to harvest all of this. All of it. Okay. Did it osmium? No. Whatever. Bring flowers. Okay. Now what do I have? that what this is? Giant mud skipper? I don't think so. No, it's a frogfish. It's so weird that they look, well, from a distance they look alike. Selling all of those. Oh, nice cobia. I'm sure I need another fish, so I need to get another. We can sell those. I know with the bugs, I don't think I needs to be donated. Oh, I did donate. Sturgeon. And I donate. Oh. Okay, well that's fine. If I can't multiply the jellyfish, then I need it. And if I need another one, then I'll just have to catch it. Okay. And oh, I do have gator gar. I remember I was trying to give the golden gar. Because I was so upset. I can't even donate. Want that. And then, the cobia. Okay, we gotta do that. And that one. And I got to. Okay, so cobia's right here. So we. Yeah, I gotta donate and then I'll sell the rest. I think I have bluegill. I did it again. Again. Where did I put cobia? So annoying. Two. Okay, so sturgeon. Yeah, because I think I still have frogfish in there. Drop one of fools loose. I don't want to go inside. Donate. Cool. That means so. All right. Oop. God's blessing. Extra chance. I don't know what that means. Yeah, extra chance at what? Like duplicating something? Mm. Mm. Oh, there is osmium. Just not to make sold, but I can hold on to put that away because I want to experiment gold product and still have some to still have glass, have garbage, but yes, there is. Oh, it's already fed. Perfect. That should be looking for. To see if I have to made everything. And if I get hay, auto feeder. I think auto feeder would make more sense because the only place I don't have a collector, I don't need a feeder in here. Pigs are so 2 feeder. I don't need a collector. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Ronnie was supposed to go. Okay, I can change. Yeah, okay. Cool. Not a big deal. But in my mind. Okay. Inventory. No prep. Oh, so there's no llama wool today. Interesting. I have 6 llama. I always do that. And I always say that too. I always do that. Any more peacock? No feeder. The feeder, it'll be. Oh, she's a winner. Yeah, because the. Oh, I really need more hay. Mated. Shoot. Oh, no. Double check this one. I think might be fully. It is. I think this other one just needs a feeder, and I can make it. The feeder. Oh, literally 3 things of hay. Booyah! Hay is running low. Yes, I'm very aware. I could take it from here, but that'd be. Um. Hmm. Because what is the. I'm gonna go ahead and start using the wool now. Till I get other animals. Yeah, I don't. I don't need another auto petter for a while. Okay. Nope. So I'm gonna put. I need to make their shed or. Know that that's. I should probably. But I can wait till fall. Um. Yeah, that's what I have for him right now. But at least then I know that that's for him. I think I need that wasp. Mm, I want to open those too. Okay, let's go down. Yes, and I have the cow down here. and try to upgrade this. And hold on, is this a flame back? Damsel. I don't have pizza for you today. Oh, let me not forget. Oh shoot, I need hardwood. Hey. We'll be back with some more. Need to make a thing for shells too. Shells in with Benny. Here to get this fish. Wataru, I don't even have your fish. I know. Actually, he's about to go where I'm about to go, so let me go get his fish. Ooh, and coconuts. I love when they kick it. Like, unnecessary. Where is it? Purple. Where is... Where is that? Yes. Waku comes around to see me often enough. I'll give the boy credit for that. We never have much to say. Seems we're always butting heads, me and... Makes me wonder if one of these days he'll forget to stop by. Raised him better than that, but kids these days just don't respect their parents like my generation. 4 days? That's fine. I'm not gonna miss it. Let's be honest. Um, coconut? I already tried to give you. I like that she is so just... I don't like this. Theo. Juice. Theo's hearts to go back. Away from 10 hearts. So I probably... Let's go back to Theo and his friends. I do like that they have some people in them, like their friends. Hold on, Theo. I sing to chill out my soul. Hopefully it hits the same notes for anyone who listens. Nina and I used to hunt ghosts when we were 9 or 10 years old. On windy nights, we got to stay up and eat ramen outside her villa. Her parents were okay with it. Our families are very close, oftentimes. I know you're not either. Nina, I don't think you're the biggest fan of juice either. Oh, I know another thing that not Waku, Theo loves. Oh! Now that's weird. We'll remember, I'll save that for you. Because I think I've given her juice before, and she... I don't know where they are. Oh, maybe not. Juice. Oh, and let me look at Lily saying she doesn't like... Well, at least I didn't give you coconut. Or did I? I might have given... She's the one who... Pancakes. Okay. And then I keep doing... Yes, I need tonight. Yeah, Theo. Shoot, and I don't have anything pickled, and I'm about to go for a job. I'm just trying not to have full of it. In the process, I'm not bringing what I need. Hold. Give somebody the stone soup. Okay. Meow. Ah. Booyah, that's the last time I'm gonna hear that too. Bought some edamame for Valentina. Oh, she hates edamame. Tip. I hope she doesn't hate me now. She would never hate you. Yes, it's perfectly pickled. Your heart go up? Okay, his heart went up. Having a good day so far? Here, go ahead and open these bad boys up. That's not what I needed. And do I? Too, since I have these on me. Or not. Yeah, the furniture. Okay, so I do need silver. 6. I have at least 6. Back today. Probably. Indoor. Do need outdoor. I think that's gonna be the bedroom. Bed, chair, and table. Does not look bedroomed. I guess some people have tile in their bedroom. I think that's really, really. And I think it's good. One of my sheds is gonna be this. Oh, I don't. European. Oh, my mic isn't picking up. Yeah, it definitely does look European. I think it's German. Germany is where this is from. Gaming room. I don't think I've ever seen this setup. That's cool. Neoclassical. That's a lot. Could it be? I like the ship coming out of the wall. Nice. Maybe I'll put that in the shed. That's too much. Opinion. Funny that. Oh my gosh. That is a lot. Okay. So yeah, let me get the. And Javanese, yeah, so let me. So the darker is the bedroom. Alright, I might come back. I don't know. Have to see how many silver kelp essence I have. Let me put this osmium kelp essence away. Eat it. And perfect. Yikes. The bone is mining? Yeah. Here, because darker is in the bedroom. Um, okay. I'm confused. Storage. Great. Okay. So no, I got that right. Okay, it wasn't showing up. That's why I was. Floor was still the same. Ew. Yeah, but okay. Figure this out pretty soon. I need to water the plants. Piggy. And that is really a little bit. Cool. How much bread? The helmet away. And go see Ling. And if I'm gonna go see Ling, because I have to go down anyways, I might just open all my stuff for Ling. I gotta do it one of these days. Why not today? Oh, Geode too would be nice. There's still space for more stuff. Put in there. Okay. You open all of those. Why? Bothered. With Ling, I have to upgrade something. And open all those. Okay. Nope. 5 and 5. Okay. Yeah, these are retreat. Okay. Fossil remain. Oh, I don't know if I have Tyrannosaurus spine. Pretty sure I already have pterodactyl. Get me two. Pretty sure I already had mammoth skull. I already had that skull too. I don't know about Stegosaurus tail. Velociraptor claw. I got at least a couple new ones. Do I have any Mosasaurus? Anything? About to say enough with the stones. Okay. It's like first started. To the museum. Run over there. Time. Do I have money? Do the others? 3. Awesome. Just 2. Okay. Well, I guess that's not terrible. Progress. To 1 for... I think I need another heart with, oh boy. Really? Mining. I don't know where to... We're all of it because I want... 3? No, it would be with seeds. Duh. 43. Okay, let me put the wood away. And then let me just go... Stuff for the... That's all. Let me make sure, because we got him. Oh, I gotta remember his event. I can go get her more food. I don't know what Aaliyah loves, though, right? No. Get out. Ooh, what about Raj? Whatever. in time. That shell anklet. I think ruby is one that I need. Right? Would be one of the. Oh my gosh, that was trash. That was literal trash. Even though honestly I could use silver coat. I don't think I've had the bell. Why is it only silver coat? All of these. Two bells. This is why nobody wants to open these. I have to leave and come back. Yep. Back. Let me first check the temple because I think ruby. And if so, then I'm gonna precious. Yes. Okay. So if I can duplicate it, oh my gosh, if I can duplicate the ruby, I'm gonna be so happy. We'll be ecstatic. No better than to donate it before I have 3. Oh, absolutely not. We are not. So sorry. I'll try to get 4 of them. But you know, the museum has lost its mind. Just give it up. Mm-mm-mm. Of course, I have all these freaking. Okay, well, at least one is done. Oh, inventory full. Okay, I know where I can put it. Well, I'll say, where can I put it? Actually, I can put glass in here. And yeah, glass in here. Trash. Water the trees. I have to do that inside. Okay. The ruby goes in here. It's not for him, but it's. Ooh, you know what I need to do? It's not. I want shells in here. Ugh. Oh, and my stone. I need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and then I need 10. Listen, we gotta. Okay. Ooh. Do they close at 5 or at 6? Hopefully 6. Yeah, I'm gonna get the time. Hopefully, in case I need to come back. I might not have had the moonlight earring. Anything else I have had? Hmm. Well, I gotta go down. Well, it's about to be 5 o'clock. I still to see Etna through the water. Da-da. What? I could have swore that was one of the first things I donated. Did have moonlight earrings. Oh, okay. Doesn't look like a scarf, but okay. Now, down here because we do want hearts. The house tonight. Give a gift too. Hold on. I need to figure out what you like, what you love too. I don't think it's honey. You like artifacts? Oh gosh. Oh, they took them out for Dad's funeral. Mama had this thing where we must remove all mirrors during the funeral of a family member. Bad luck, she said. Heard of that? I miss the old days sometimes, don't you? Here, you want this? Can't answer that one. Maybe your old days are different from the ones I remember. Boom. I love the dim lights here. I can handle loud noise just fine. It's my eyes that are too sensitive. Do you have migraines? Let me see. Oh, it doesn't even say if he liked it or not. Macy. And, Betty. Knew she was higher up. Didn't care either. Alright, but let me get, this pasta for... Oh! Well, that'll be for her tomorrow. Macy. Oh, here's, yeah, you don't care. Who am I kidding? My hair isn't this bright. I've got gray hair. That's why I keep revamping the color. No, youngsters don't say revamping. Don't say youngster. I bet you would love a wooden hand fan. I already gave you a gift. Girl, I'm not dancing with you. Nice try though. I don't have fish with me. The monster am I? You. You. Because you don't like the stuff that a lot of people like. Oh. You like nature, so I'll give you this flower. Ew, someone freeing his toes. Let me go get some grilled fish for Zara. Always have grilled. Thanks. I don't know what to do with the rest. We'll figure it out. I need to find. He works in the museum. And this fool. Where you at? Oh, right outside. It's perfect because I'm going right back there. I need to meet Noah. Here. Welcome. I don't know how long hair. What? Oh, checking on the roof. One on Noah. You look sad. How can I help? You don't need to talk. I just want to sit with you. You're never alone, whatever you're going through. Talk. Thanks. I was just about to come by your cabin to talk to you. I can use some company right now. I've been thinking about that time my mom fell in the kitchen and sprained her ankle. Yeah, that was a lot. She's so old now, and with all of my siblings away, left the house. Not giving a... I'm the last hope to take care of her. Well, Aaliyah is here. Yeah, she plans on leaving, but she's still here. I just don't think I can ever leave her and make her live at the tavern alone. What if it happened again and nobody was there? What if she fell and this time... Betty's not young and healthy. We're not about to lie. I mean, she might be healthy, but she's not young. Thanks for listening to me. I think I will make sure that she never misses her checkup appointment. That's the only thing that I can do for now. No use pondering on the future. Hey, you up for some dinner? Cool beans. Oh. Now, prevent weather specific, right? Oh no, it's only on Tuesday, so tomorrow. You can track it. Okay, at night coral. What else do we need to do? Once I finish my fellowship with Ling, I'm hoping for a full-time position here. Fingers crossed. Damn. Okay. It's not easy to find a job in this economy, but it's not just about a job, you see. It's about this particular job. Coral Island has one of the most beautiful coral reefs, and I want to study it. I'd love to spend my life doing what I can to protect it from rising sea temperatures. Well, that's cool. Run away. Okay, let me go get stuff to sell. I'm about to put all this extra stuff downstairs. That's what I need to be doing. Not downstairs, but like underwater. Well, I wasn't trying to bring it up because I don't have space. Even though, let me stop. Yeah, crafting. Ooh, hold on. Okay, we're getting closer to rank A. Oh, not even paying that much attention. I feel like that's not good. I need to go down and look at what I need. I'm gonna focus on right above water though. Quests. Osmium crops is coming up. That's what I was thinking I need. This is really what I need to be worrying about underwater, and that's it. Because I want them to come up and we can do the Song of the Sea after and resupply the Merfolk Kingdom after. I want them to be able to come up. And maybe I should go to Savannah because I know I can go and then at least this will be checked off. feel like I'm actually. Oh, yeah, I need papayas. Papayas for Emma. Oh, but what I was going to get is this will be for artifacts. We just do one for. I don't know. I'll do one and we'll see. Fossils and artifacts. So, and if I need another, then I'll just separate them. Any. Can do fossil and gem. You try to just do fossils over here. And then oopsie. And then we'll put this. Where is Archie? Probably at home. Even though no one Archie. We'll give him the stone soup. I want to hang out with anyone. Oh, I need to find her. No, perfect. She's by the carpenters. 2. Is hold on. Hold on. No. You're always. Wear your clothing. Place has eyes. It's watching, listening to us. Sound crazy, but I get it. Archie, where you at? Something I want you to try. I did not. Let's say Archie's up high. Okay, so he likes it. I think I gave it to his dad. I need to find him too. This for him. Oh, he liked it? Where are you? Community center. Okay. Oh. Oh. The more you upgrade the fodder, the better quality. Yep, I'm all the way upgraded. There are a lot of books in the library. You think anyone's read all those books? Maybe. Maybe Millie. He seems like the only person who would. In here, nobody. Oh, no Millie's in here. I saw her. Oh, there she is. Do you like juice? No, then I won't have it for. Was it Nina? Okay. Farming books are over there. Okay, rude. You hang out with Theo. I need his hearts to go. Yo. I click that. Let's hang out for free. And ooh. Not do it for free because I'm looking for some company. Ooh. Let's go. And my chicken soup. I'm changing out of the chicken soup because the hands look weird. Every other part is funny. I had a fantastic time with you. Hope we can go on a date again soon. Did your hearts go up? Oh. Fish. What is that? Thing. Upgrade it. Do I just want to go to... No, it's just do. But I keep saying in here. Both of them off. Wait a minute. Why is my face green? Nothing. That was weird. It really. You come over to me. Why are there two types of... I don't know if I've gotten these. Say that I gotcha. Okay. I gotcha. Come on, geodes. No geodes. Oh. One geode. Or not one geode, one ore. On top of the ore. Yikes, yikes, yeah. No ore. No ore deploy. Oh, I've been finding those quick. Potatoes. Might be from something over there. Positive. Yep, you're on top of it. No, you're not. Come on, geodes. We want a geode. Oh, it's already 12. For me, though, I gotta go. Disrespect the game to ignore them. Lord Pop. Be over here. It's late. It's late. I wanted, but double ore. Nothing? Okay, that's fine. Because you also didn't get. We're leaving. For bugs I caught, if they don't have any specialty, whatever it's called, then just leave it. And 33. Well, that's that. More. Oh, there's those bugs. Come on, come on. Nice money, nice money. I missed these. Not money. Go to sleep. Oh shoot, look at more health and stamina. Archie and Pablo. Oh, and Waku. And Wataru. 5K, cool. 15K day? Oh yeah, that was just the random stuff I didn't need. Cool. Random stuff I didn't need. Frank and Zara. I gotta figure out Frank. Try something random for him. I know what Zara loves. Give Frank some coffee. I know Aaliyah loves coffee. It is meaning to give her. I kept. Favorite coffee. And Aaliyah will get coffee today. And normally gets. Oh, we got events. Taru is 5 in the morning. Oh shoot! If it's sunny, we're go farm like my farm. Taru, name on my farm. Oh, but it's raining. Okay, that's okay. Expecting somebody to be outside. Okay, so hold on. Taru. Oh, it's only on sunny weather, but it's all day long. So Waku, not today. But hers is today because it's Tuesday. So I'm gonna keep it because Archie doesn't. But Theo, I need some juice. Any juice. And Noah, gotta find something else. Got to love something else. God, I already know what you love. Done. And let me get some stuff for Suki. But I need really care. Hurts to go. I should have given him the mushrooms that I sold. Okay, I got mushrooms. Oh, and I didn't even water the trees yesterday. But I always do that. You know what? Let me see if Noah like pumpkin. There. Done. Tomato soup, no. Yeah, I can make some flour. Puree. What do we want to use? Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Okay, but I don't have the recipe. Yeah, this is for Theo. That coconut drink. Let me. Our recipes. Here we go. $12. Oh yeah, 2 days. Blender. Definitely not gonna be. Would be chef. Yes, it would be. Coconut with chef knife. Okay. Let's do one. Only because the thing is finicky and mess up. Or are you gonna act like I don't? Okay. Let's make a bunch. And this is what I'll try for other people. That pumpkin pie way. I know some people hate that. But whatever, I have so many. Or I could keep that for Valentina. I'm going to see her mother. Okay. Oh, those are good. I didn't get the fruit. Swimming pumpkin pie. Steak. Let me actually. Okay, nothing has really happened. How many days? 3 Yep, they're fine. Good, we're good. I still have space to plant more stuff. Thought about it. Here. Oh, and that's perfect. I just put the automatic feeders on for everybody. Oh, I really just have to go in here and collect. Oh, I forgot to put more hay. Okay, that's task number 1. I forgot all about my mission to get more. It's so easy and simple. I need to get in the habit of doing it every season because grass grows back. And I'll be good for winter. Wonder how much I got. Didn't want to stop. Whatever I got is whatever I got. 40. Better than what we started with. Hmm. Feeling. Hanging. One night. Let me double check because I'm pretty sure I have all of the whale that I pull. Do you guys anything for me yesterday's? Can you guys move, please? Please. Please. Sorry. 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 Gosh. Alright, I'll come back. Oh, and we got a feather. A gold feather, though. So pretty in here. Need to keep those separate. And really, I should have put those in. That wasn't. Okay. So, okay, I couldn't get in here. Are you ready to let me get in there? Money making. Well, that really. The rain, I don't know yet. Milk. Mama wool. Mama. I think I'm gonna start keeping that. Actually, no, because it's Osmy. Everybody's working hard, working hard, working hard. You guys don't have anything. Because really, you need to go outside. Now you're happy. I'm gonna test it. You guys are going outside. Because you're not giving me anything if you don't go outside. Eat the grass. Filling. You're still rolling around. Oh, no. Bad mood. But you did all eat. Oh, you can come back inside. But I do also, when they go back inside, are they then in a good mood? No, they're still in a bad mood. Okay, so you're in a bad mood today. All right. Tuesday, that lady is outside. It's blessing. Blessing. Yeah. See her at night though. Amanda. Roger, are you open? It's not even 8. It just must be closed to inclement weather. My head. Where's Theo? Oh, his heart did go up. No, it was already up. I don't know. I don't know. You're home. We're coming to your home. I was naturally prepared. No, I'm not letting you pass. I'm giving that to you. I know you love it. A bit chilly. You might need to put on a damp or dud. In her room. I don't know his room, but okay, well, I just missed him. Hold on. Oh, he's right there. I was about to say skippers are easier to catch in this weather. Bottom, but thanks for the heads up. That make him get to 10 hearts? Okay, I'll just gotta wait for him. I can try this on him. He is by the community center. That's why I guess just running. Dippa. Actually, I think she loves jam. Theo, how did I beat you down? Noah, tell me you love this. Something warm sounds good, right? Oh, should have told me that before I gave you something that's not warm. Aaliyah, where is your sister? Home. Go to your house. Even though it's closed, it's still your house. Where would Raj be? Oh yeah, he does live in Coral Inn. Okay, actually, let me go to Coral Inn and give the sisters their drink. And try this coconut drink for Raj. See if he likes it. Well, if he loves it. I don't care if they like that. Perfect. Since I can't open my stand today, I figured I'd come down to the community center. Okay, so yeah, depending on the weather. Hard to farm in the rain too, huh? It can be bad weather, buddies. I mean, I don't have to farm in the rain. That's the good thing. Guys. No, your sister did not told me. Point of sale system? Too worried about Valentina. She knows to be careful when the ground is slippery. That's good. Her father takes her climbing all the time and she's good at it. Whoa, where is Valentina actually? Yep. It's not. Oh no, Rock Archies. Nah. You know one of the many, many reasons I love rain? Because at school we get to stay inside and play. You go muddy. Okay. Ew. Do you want my lunch? I think I'll get tacos today. You have taco money? I can smell the air changing when it rains. It smells like... Ew. It smells like fish. It's gross. Hi, Randy. Can you imagine what life would be like if it could rain indoors? I don't want that. It'd be the darndest thing. Maybe I should write a novel about that. Okay, have fun. Weird thing to want. Let me also get the fifth. Would be to come all the way out there. Did I? Okay, I was gonna say I better have some fish. I also need to find. If you look closely in the trees, you may notice some birds' nests. Zoe gets really excited when she spots one. Do you like honey? Mm. You love honey? Ew. I'm at the lake a lot. It's my job. Gotta go where my job takes me. See, too, huh? What are you doing here this time of day anyway? Minding my own business, Paul. Now, who was I gonna find? Okay, I gotta get some for Scott. You go home first. Get a fossil for Scott. So when I see him, I won't. Put it in there. Oh, those are gold. Yeah, we want it in there. Um, okay, I need this feather to be in here. And there's stuff that can be in here. And see. Oh my goodness. Okay. The rest of the stuff I'll worry about later. Look. Here's hay right here. Just running through all the grass. Down here, right? You have the people. Oh, perfect. I'm yelling. What you, Frank? Love these? Oh, I forgot it is your birthday. Good then. That's it. That's all it's. I didn't get a gift for Scott, did I? Well, also, eh, I'm so irritated that I did not get looked for it, but I just didn't go on the right Chest. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy something. Ooh. Okay. And it's almost time. 4 o'clock. Ugh. Somebody's hearts went up. Oh, and I got bugs. I know you like crickets. You probably love them. But you love this, right? Going straight home after work. Good for you. Let me make sure. Donate anything? Nope. And still one of each. I do have a gem though that I need to go ahead and donate now that I'm sure that it's not rare or whatever they're called. To it. A barrel. Different. I don't know why I'm holding on to those. This red barrel it is. Hopefully this rounds out one of my collections. And if not, then oh well. You know? Do so much. I'm so happy I don't ever have to go into the earth mine again. Oh. Will ever be wearing that, but that's interesting. Go put that in the wardrobe to never be looked. That's another thing. I need to get a new wardrobe. I really don't like looking at that wardrobe. So let me go to the furniture store. Spend money, you know. Indoor decor. What I need to do is make sure these little dots. actually have new stuff. Okay. Alright. Java. What is the wardrobe? Expensive. We'll take it. I mean, I don't need the window right now. And yeah. The bed. I don't see the clock. Yeah, I like clocks. That looks like. I don't know what that is. Buy those. And new style. And what do I want from this? Okay. Take all my money. The clock is pretty big. Okay, those I want to keep. Let me decorate. Oh my, that won't it go on the wall? Weird. Hmm. Javanese. Rather be like TV can move. And oh, that's in there too. Okay. Um. Don't need base. Okay. I mean, that will be moved over. Sure. Yeah, there's something I need to see. Let me go in. Yeah. Oh, they do have decor mode here. Okay. Didn't think they did. putting stuff places. What? Oh, and I'll put the barrel there when I get it. Let me go ahead and take these. Ooh, and these. Okay, so I can use. Let me see what is finished. Put that in there. Well, an each. Okay, so those will go. And you start moving. Do the right thing. Hmm. I need to get a maze together. Right now it's just nothing. Need to get bugs. And then I can do a big bug making. I need to put 7 hay. Nope, just underwater creature. No, do not sell that we have. Do want to sell them. We don't have any. Oop. Mm. Mm. All right, now since I know I have a ton of them, mm-hmm. don't see any extra. I don't think I need most of these bugs, but case. And eventually I need to see cells move for the highest amount. And just multiply that and keep selling it. And I just don't feel like doing that right now. Firefly, firefly. Okay, Scarites. Scarites, silver, bronze. Polyphemus moth. Silver. Mm-hmm. Mm. Well, no, because I can use that for the thing. Firefly, I think I saw. Cricket gold, violin. And I can use. No violin beetle. What about Western tiger gold? Got that one. Oh no, I didn't. Mm. That's the one I don't like. Okay, boxfish. I know I have. Mackerel gold. gold. I'm pretty sure. Why not? Crap. Oh, right there. Lion. Yep. I'm pretty sure I have. Let's look at that since I saw it. Pretty sure I have the ruby. Did I just get rid of all the brown trout? Because I don't ever need brown trout. You literally find it in the garbage. I'm trout and cod. Rainbow fish. I know I have rainbow fish. I don't think I have any. Nope. And catfish. I don't think I have, but what? Not that I. Hey, not that I'm seeing. Barramundi. I don't think I have any bear. Nope. No squid, no duplicate. Don't. Okay. Okay, so I do still have some fish. Silver cricket was the sure. Yeah, that's what. And bronze firefly is not the height. So in there, you don't see it? What? It. Nope. Oh, but I'm leaving that. Mm-hmm. Now everything that I go on the last. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Nothing. Just did. Yes, there's some. All right, Macy, where are you at? Hi, Darklink. Hi, Marcode. And Macy, I gave her. Oh, get a get for at the locket. You're just waking up. I'm jealous. I'm doing okay. How are you? Old in here. Two. I'm doing that. Blacksmith. You're still sick. I hope you get better. Today was the first day I was feeling almost normal. Mm-mm. Yeah, that's true. School age tolerance. For dinner pizza. And where is Zara? She's still at home. Yeah. Always welcome here. Oh, that's nice. Cool. And hmm, today though. Let me I can see Suki. Oh yeah, I can. Mom. When's Daddy coming? Archie is going to the forest with his dad tomorrow. I want to go. I want Daddy to come with me. Let's call him. FaceTiming. Oh, I'm sorry, Pumpkin. I won't be able to get a ship by tomorrow. It's way too rushed. I'll see you this weekend though, okay? You live way too far. He does live way too far. Okay, see you then, Daddy. Sorry about that, sweetie. Why don't you go with me? I think I know some area of the forest. No, Archie said they're going fishing. I want to go fishing. I can fish. I'll teach you how to fish. He doesn't want to fish with you. It isn't as... No, Mom. I want to go with Daddy, just like Archie goes with his daddy. Oh, sweetie. I'm sure Daddy would be here if he could. Okay. Gave you guys... This weather makes me sleepy. And is anybody else here? Oh boy, I don't have anything in particular. Do you like jam? That was you said, but it means you don't like it. Tina, are you in your room? Rain, rain, let's come and play. The day will be plain without puddles to play. Okay. I don't think I went underwater today. Two. Ooh. Flowers. Hey. Nothing's... that. No. You go underwater. To do my farm, and I need to get osmium kelp. I can bring these people. I don't have my thing. Nuts. I didn't even look at. Oh wow. Portable. Okay. Oops. Oh, 81. I'm good. Done this a couple times where I get. To the barn. Oops. Oh, 106. You put the butter in the refrigerator. Maybe first. One. For a cup of coffee and Ritalin. Congestion isn't helping, I'm sure. Rocks. Oh, geez, a toddler birthday party. I remember. Bring on the germs, yeah. At least you're already sick. All recipes cooked, they just have their achievements messed up. Go find Scott. Oh, I already did give him two. Oh, I know who I can. Always forget to go down here. You're too late. Did I miss it? I missed it again? Dated. Miss it. Everything I get, I'm selling. I don't feel like looking to see if it matches up. Oh, actually, never mind. I need to take the frogfish, I think, to the museum. Or I can give it to Yuri. I think she like. Squid, nice. I think I might be able to donate the squid. I know I have one. Another frog pet. Okay, how many spots? Base. Oh, but it's late. Let's do one more. I want trash. Donated everything. Hold on to the frogfish. Put that in. Mm. Bring Macy Scott, Valentina, and Zara. Oh yeah, because I gave her the locket. That up 20K. Wow, mackerel's higher than the squid. Well, mackerel's is. Oh, giant. I'm gonna get more peacocks. Let me make sure. Fish. Try to get her coffee. Hey, I have mushrooms. I can get today sunny. Okay. Wataru. Didn't want to disturb you. I was just taking a look at your lovelies here. You've turned this old place into an impressive farm. I'm trying. I admire that. Hard work is your ticket into heaven. Waku won't let up about me socializing even after that disaster of a yoga class. I made a fool out of myself in front of Leah and everybody. I mean, I was wearing a chicken suit, so you didn't look too crazy. All he wants to do is catch fish, clean fish, play chess against myself. I can't. I know what Waku's trying to do. The boy doesn't want me to be alone in my old age, but he doesn't understand. I lived my life on a boat, made my living there, had my friends there, my crew. We were as close as family. But when I retired, the Pithy Mermaid crew scattered on the wind. Where'd they go? We've lost touch now. Some are on Dolka Island or captaining their own boats. Sometimes I stand up in the lighthouse with my binoculars, trying to get a glimpse of a familiar face. I mean, you can make new friends. Nah, that ship has sailed, as they say. I'm an old man in my twilight years. Socializing and yoga, that's for the younger generation. Yeah, you're always welcome to come here. Appreciate that, and you can stop by the lighthouse whenever it pleases you. I wish I could help him. I mean, you can't help people who don't want to be helped. Oops, may have an idea. Here are instructions for making Karacha hot sauce. It tastes best when you use fresh ingredients. This one elevates bland meals and gives them quite a kick. I've already made Karacha. Dang. Okay, where are... Oh. Take that up. And that. And that. Because I know where I can put that. It needs to go on diving. Nothing new. Our fruit. Okay. Okay, okay. Awesome. Need a... I can, though, put that in there. It's gonna be donated. It's gonna go to the offering. nothing. You guys have stuff for me? Like all the starfruit in here. Okay, they're all happy. And everything. Their coffee. Um, gathering proof. Kimchi. Done. Uh, Okay, where is Ben? Ben? Visiting Fun Bucket, name is. And doctor. Okay. So hot. It takes me back to my days volunteering in the doctor program. Good thing I'm not wearing full blown doctor's coat in this heat, loose clothing all the way. Yes, she does love it. Cool. Oh, I didn't put those in there. Mushroom. Being around animals makes me happy, especially this cute little duck. One bucket is one happy fella. Oh. I think I saw. I don't have anything. Well, let me see if you like that. The color of the lake is so beautiful this time of year. When you splash, the water catches the sunlight, making tiny rainbows. Let's go swim in there sometime. In the lake? Gabe, what's her? Oh, Mud Skipper. Okay, that's all the gifts. Yeah, let me just go open these with the blacksmith. Oh, may as well. Let me see. I think she likes chicken. Yep. Anything can be inspiration, flowers, animals, life events. It fears I might run out of inspiration. What happened? You get the fish. There's Bonbon. Garbage and the fish. Valentina can play in the sun the whole day in this heat. I don't know. I don't think it's healthy, right? What do you think? I don't think about that. The sun is strong today. Make sure you stay hydrated, okay? Oh, yeah. Who do I need to meet and when and where? Who? Okay. We need to go to the beach. Okay. We just pin after I this. Oh, ball. I think I had that. Okay. Beach. Steven, don't do this. Okay, hold on. Let me pose you. Remember Steven? We saved him the other day. Look at the cute little claw he grew. Soon it's gonna grow to full size and he'll be back in fighting shape again. I take him out for a walk every now and then. He can't be cooped up in the inn all the time. It's so dreadfully boring there, and he can't play video games to keep himself occupied. I can't. Today I realized I haven't had a photo shoot with him yet. I need to show him to my parent. Yeah, Steven, just like that. Can you help me take a photo with Steven? These look good, thanks. Look at this. We look so happy. One of these days his claw is gonna grow. His claws look fine to me. By then he would be ready to go back to the ocean. You're right. It's just, I'm gonna miss him so much. Get better as soon as possible, Steven. Then you can return to your friends. Let me get all the coconuts. I think I did that. You're not the biggest fan. Ooh, she liked juice though. Weird juice, but she liked it. Okay, so okay, her and Theo. You like fish? 27th is the beach cleanup festival. I gave you gifts already, didn't I? Oh. What? Um, did I already give you? All the coconuts around the island. You should start selling coconut drink. The beach shack is already selling coconut drinks. Not sure if that's the right thing to do. Can you smell the salt? Oh, you know what? Do you like the coconut drink? Eh? All day. Only thing I know that he likes is sake. Hmm? Oh, if it weren't for the bravery of his biological mother, my story would have been so different. I almost skipped over that. I'm not worried about what will happen to fish and sips when I... What? Frank and Noah are doing great running the tavern. Besides, they have Aaliyah to help if anything were to go south. I know I can count on my girl to watch over her little siblings. Okay, Betty, let's not talk like that. Ooh, I just need to empty. Let me see if that goes to the museum, because I don't know if I've had the crystal ball. Oh, I did. Okay. See if I can enchant something with what I have in my pockets. Yeah, this can use another enchantment. Okay. Upgrade. Well, I don't have anything else in my pocket. We enchant tools in Center Temple. Magic Giants. Magic Connect to Earth. It does. Let's see if you like fish. Useful this is? Not sure we are, but accept we will. Okay. Well, welcome you are. Gru likes to run through the leaves. Wind the best, better than water. You like moth? He did not like it. Wait. Oh, he hated it. Oops. Oh, and he disliked the fish. At least oh yeah. Go. Since I can. And it tells me to. Here. I think this is how I do the savannah. Oh, I can't do anything. Mm. Savannah we have reached. There, cliff there is. See we shall. Spot Gort perhaps? Sense Gort inside cave. Do all of you? Yes, Gru sense Gort inside cave. Frog sense it too, like fragments of Gort scattered around. Oh, I just happen to have binoculars. Go inside that cave we shall. Help Gort gather memories. Enter the cave of memories. Yeah, that's great, but I can't yet. Oh. Mine not on the map? I hear somebody. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. think I've seen anybody else use the map. Okay. But it's 12:30 and I don't want to waste time. I know I was warned that we can't do anything if we don't have the cave open. Just give him. Oh, nice, nice. Okay. Going to sell the whelk. 30. Oh my god. And this here. Could sell all the bugs for money. Yeah, because we gotta put that in there. It's away. Nothing. Oh, I knew I had more of that. This and it's so nice that it's not all full. So this stuff. I need to get these out of there. Mm. Food. Put all of this in here. You have 1 gem to donate. Okay. I don't know where to put that. Oh. Go there too. So what was put? Oh no, that's not what I want. Let me do roasted. Nuts. All right. I guess those are going. Want to carry it? Let me go in the deep forest. I don't ever go here anymore. Now I have the axe. And what I should do, put a bunch. What's new? I do need some float traps. Definitely do. It's. I don't want any honey though. It's not taking. Don't want it to. Hmm. Okay. Don't have any way to get that butterfly. $58. Hmm. Need more wood. Yeah, they do sometimes respond directly, so yeah. My energy. Hmm. Here. Mm-hmm. About the water. The garbage. I got enough hay. Let me go back home. Oh shoot. I'm about to miss out on Waku. I need to go to hillside. I think there's like 3 people. Well, I don't need to see them all. That's new. And golden chicken outfit. Listen, I don't like that all the scarecrows are out of stock. Except for the monster. I don't think I want that. Oh, I didn't get my peacock. I need to go to Hillside. Um, am I here? Sunny and windy. Okay. Doing anything? Hillside. Okay, cool. Ooh, is that it? That's a plane. Dude, that's an airplane. Oops. It's not quite time yet. I'll tell you when to look. Look, Waku, is that your dad? Dad? Oh, You haven't been down to the lighthouse lately. Thought I'd bring you some fish. Oh, thanks. Right then, I best be going. Didn't mean to interrupt your little party. Look, there's the first one. It's so pretty. Right on time. We're gonna see a bunch more in a minute here. That's amazing. You predicted this, boy? Oh boy. Not exactly. It happens around the same time every year. I just did some calculations so we know when to look. They're beautiful. We saw them once on the deck of the Pithy Mermaid. You remember that, Waku? Of course, except we didn't know they were coming that time. I thought they were magic, but you told me no. When the Earth passes through the path of a comet, we see meteors. Did I say that? You taught me all the constellations, too. You said sailors use the night sky like a map. I think that's why I was always so fascinated by the stars, because I knew our people had been using them for hundreds of years to find their way home. Our people, eh? Blanket. Oh, here we go. Who else today? I think there's some other people. Oh, oh yeah, because I had somebody. Gave her hers yesterday, right? Or was it this morning? Tomorrow. Don't know what. Mm-hmm. And Aaliyah, I need to give her coffee. Frank, we know loves eggs, and I'm not trying to crack another. Sorry, Frank. I don't have anything that can do us. Oh, hi, Jack. Many summers ago, I tried making an egg dish and failed horribly. Yeah, that might have been my worst cooking experiment. Okay, but in the meantime, hold on. Oh, do I have? Oh, sorry, Archie. Um, do you like flowers? Hmm. Kenny teases me about it every day. Well, not every day. Not that funny kid. Oh no, you can't move at the Halloween festival. When I did the winter festival, it crashed the game, but I think they fixed it. So then, with them fixing that, must have messed up the Halloween festival. You gotta restart the whole day. And the Halloween festival's at night. That's the whole day. Okay. Since I'm here, let's go ahead. Hour. You're pissed, yeah. Yeah, because I don't have. That's an hour of work, yeah. Energy is low. In here. And then drop. Ooh. I probably. Geode. Ooh. Oh, stock button. Okay. Local town. Didn't mean to do that. Shoot. Oh, oh, 300? Yeah, that's good. Can... let's put... Don't need it. Hmm. Nina and Yuri. 15K for the ranch. Nice. 60. Okay. Also, have you ever had eggplant lasagna? It's delicious. I got this recipe from one of my friends who lives abroad. I'm not much of a cook, but this is a pretty easy recipe. Why don't you give it a try? Okay. Meet me in the community center. Let's tell the mayor together. What are we telling the mayor? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Her treasure hunt. I was wondering when he was going to come get me. Okay. Let's go on a date, just you and me. Meet me at the pier, 7 p.m. Gotta remember that. Don't bring anything. Your lovely self is enough, Pablo. Okay. The beach. 7. Today then. So I can go underwater and get osmium kelp. And I think I might need silver kelp too. Actually, I think that's perfect. I could use gold for later. And she Thursdays. You sprinkle these randomly. Good. Butterflies, I don't fish. I need duplicate. Let me just make sure. Sleep already. Imp. Okay, and Thursday? Coffee. Yeah, she's. Ooh. Okay, we can build a ranch farm. And the library. Clinic. There, girl. This is just a medicine, nothing more than that. We don't want you to get sick now, do we? Whoa there, it's just a little shot, that's all. It'll be over quick and you'll get back to... And I'll get you back to mom, okay? Come on now, Bessie. This is hard enough without you. Oh. Hey now, everyone just settle. Now, girl, it'll be okay. Cow Whisperer returns. Thanks, Dad. Just have to know how to treat him, son. I know, it's just that Bessie there has been feeling extra anxious today. It's vaccine day and I think she remembers getting these shots herself. Necessary but not fun. No, indeed. So did you, like, have something else to do? No, I thought I'd just come spend time with you, see how you're doing. Holding that wrong, by the way. Wrong? Let me show you. You need a firm but gentle pressure. You're being too forceful with it. No wonder this little... I think maybe it's just because he's scared of... Oh, and you're not sitting right. Not sitting right? The way you're all leaned forward puts them on edge. They know something's about to happen to them. Because of how I'm sitting. Right, let me show you. See? It's like this. This is all wrong. Get it? Are you getting it? Look, Dad, I have a lot to do before dark. I'm happy to chip in. Fine, have at it. Huh? With that attitude, no wonder why. No wonder the animals are all in a huff today. To the library and the picnic, I think. But I want you guys to open so I can get some. 8 o'clock. Yeah, perfect. Animals, before I forget. Always do. I think if I should get another. I think I should. And, uh-oh. Phone numbers? No. Okay. I don't know. Your home. Hierarchy. No coffee. Right, I'll just buy some. Got a lot of oil and juice. Don't think I can. Done. I'll go see. What? Well, I also need to go into the greenhouse. I keep forgetting I have it. Mining. Oh, well, we're going mining then. Tomorrow. Yep. And nothing. 28 days. Hello there. What brought you here? Struck gold, legendary treasure chest. Wow. Hold on. Is that what I think it is? Is that a treasure chest? You should open it. You found the treasure. It's only fair. It's true. Thank you for donating this. Who said I'm donating it? This is a generous gift. Treasure hunting with you was a wild ride. I had a lot of fun. Mayor, who exactly is this forest fern? Okay. Okay. Pretty sure Ling is open. Did before it has been upgraded? I think it was 2 days. I think it was yesterday. Good. Perfect. Awesome. Now we'll be ready. Got this. Since I have time and money. Oh, I did have one. Let me go do those. Decorating can wait forever. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to meet him 7 p.m. Where's Archie? Full day? Got Osmia. Archie, did I already give you 2 gifts this week? We helped Mr. Barnes decorate the classroom. We even made the decorations ourselves. I love this classroom. I'm gonna give stone to all the kids. Grown-ups are weird. I know. Archie's weird. My favorite subject is science. What was your favorite subject in school? Yikes. Thanks, I guess. I'm about to give everybody all these stones. Give somebody else. You must be mistaken. I don't think I'm the right person for this. Would have never thought anybody was the right person for that, but Archie is, so. He said, alright. I hope you know I really like hanging out with you. I feel like I can finally be myself around you. Okay. And here, Betty, you want a stone? You're lucky, Betty. You were about to get a stone. Give, buy 2 stones? Or 2 gifts, I mean. Good stuff. Oh yeah, you like stone? I like when you come and see me. You know that, right? Oh, but it does. He dislikes it, but good stuff. What about Raphael? Does he hate it? Dislike? You give it to Kenny. I'm giving it to Aaliyah. I need to go get the. I need to go to the clinic and I need to give her a coffee. To remember that. I can probably get the coffee before the clinic. So forgetful. This weekend, next week. And yeah, I already came to see you this week. Aaliyah. Oh, where's your sister? The bitch. Clinic first. Pretty sure already gave Macy 2. You know what you do to yourself. Val, are you okay? Does it hurt? Oh no, I'm so sorry, Val. Archie. Thank you, Doc. Don't come back here. Haha. Okay, you guys are up next. Yuri, help! Valentina's bleeding. She's gonna die, isn't she? Eventually, yeah. Whoa, nobody's gonna die. You can trust me, okay? So tell me, what's wrong? I fell, and... So we were trying to see some lizards in the rain. And Archie and I went to the back of the school where, you know... We went to that place where things are. And it was raining and Archie slipped. He fell and stumped on my foot. Stumped on your foot? Sorry, Val. And now my toe hurts. My toes, my knees, they all hurt. I see. This is a common case of having too much fun. Nothing to worry about. Okay, guys, come on in. Let me take a look. Don't worry, Val. I got you. Whoa, I almost walked into a door. Careful there. They're so cute. Get up here for a bit, will you? Does this hurt? A bit. Okay, can you tell me your pain level on a scale of 1 to 5? 3. It hurts when you press it. You scratched your knee. I checked for inflammation, and the good thing is there's nothing out of the ordinary. Your foot looks good. Give it a day or two and it'll be brand new. Let me stop by the inn and talk to your mom about it. There's nothing to worry about, guys. You two will be up and running in no time. Thanks, Yuri. I think I will go home now. Be careful out there. Seems like you're fine, Archie. I don't see any bumps or open wounds. Just a bit of scrapes. Alright. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. Not a problem. Take care, guys. You're just now ready to restart the day. Adventures with V are next. What's up? Oh, yeah. Getting old. My neck hurts. I think I pulled a muscle when I yawned this morning. Another case of having too much fun, I see. Let's check it out. Right, anybody else have events besides? I forgot I had to go to the library. But I did go, but I didn't go to the library. So we're going to the library right now, and then we'll go see Aaliyah. I think my money is low. Well, it's not low. Let me see. See what we can buy. I don't like that it still says new. Because all of the blue is gone. New style. There's no... Ah. Okay. So now that I... Okay, perfect. Don't like it saying new. I like this. The gaming reminds me of Mario. Interesting. I like the tree though. Put it out, it's not new. Okay, perfect. Now I just want to do the... Oh, we could do a rug. Hmm. Curtain. TV table. I don't want the TV. Well, that's all my money. Planning on anything else though? I had 10 out of 10 headache. Caffeine. Oh geez, you passed out for a came. That's what happens when you have those headaches. I understand. Alright, we gotta go to the... Oh, not the beach. The... library. Getting worse? Yeah, that's not good. Been downing energy drinks. Oh, yeah. Being withdrawal. Oh. It seems pretty solid to me. I don't know what to tell you. What's going on here, you two? I've told you everything I know. Why are you getting so upset? I'm only trying to research a story. Maybe you shouldn't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. Sorry, Millie, Oh! Oh, Nina. Then that would have cut me. Remember that story I'm working on about the history of Starlet Town? I dug deeper and I was able to find the deed to the farm. I knew a family named the Dudleys lived there before your grandparents bought the farm, but it turns out they weren't the owners. Look. Benjamin Cluo was the original owner. He's Nina's father. Her family owned the farm. I guess it's not a huge surprise considering they own other properties around here. The villa, some shops in Starlet Town. But why so hush-hush about it? You're wondering about the same thing. These cats of mine knock something over. Think I'm gonna pay attention to it. Who's this? If you're interested in aliens, you should read this book by Professor Kiep. He has interesting theories about ET intelligence. I read it back in university. Who orders the books inside the library, I wonder? There are way too many cookbooks. Is this Mark? I'll talk to you. Mark, are you looking for an animal? Stop talking. Oh, I do have to go to the beach because of Aaliyah. I'll say I don't need to go to the beach at all. Coffee in my pocket. You're still out here with the turtles. You know the way to my heart. Okay, but do you really love it though? Oh, you just like. Ooh, but I gotta go get you a locket now. Back. To go to the farm. Oh boy, I don't have money. That's okay. I can sell whatever. House store. Decorate. Really? I don't want that. Close. This window can. This. Um. Hmm. I was gonna put this above it. Hmm. So they just have to floor. I think that's everything else is basic. Um. Oh, I have to take stuff to sell it. See if anything else is done. Bum 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 bum. Uh-huh. Let's see, who was that? I never see her. Perfect. Okay. Honey. Cool. I can actually go to them. We get a lot of bugs here in the summer, but there must be plenty at the farm too, huh? I mean, the forest is right there. But we also get a lot of cosmos, the flowers. But I don't want to complain too much about some. Hold on, do you like cosmos? This is delish. Mm. That volleyball thing over there, it's been here since I was little. The bright red color is new. The whole area, including the chair, used to be blue. Cool. Let me... Anybody? No, because I... Two. I was two. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I could give Wataru another fish. Yeah, let me give Wataru another fish. And let me see. Have I given you one of these? Thing. This. Desseria. We have so many exciting projects going on the lab. Stop by sometime and I'll show you around. Nina, I don't have any juice, but up for a game of volleyball? Let me get Wataru's fish. Here. Already had two. Doubts, they get you sometimes. But eventually it just felt like everything fell into place. I don't know how or when it started, but next thing I know, he called me mom, and that's who I've been ever since. He told me that before. I want you to go back and tell me the other stuff, because I'll... The blue... Black, and I... I don't have time to put those... bugs are... Yeah, but I want his... Now where is... Turn on this light. Okay, what's that home? I think it's probably warm enough for melons now. Maybe I'll take Waku to pick up some melon seeds next week. Awesome. Okay. Now I just wait. Well, I have mining profit. Everything off, empty. Seven. There's stuff to sell. Garbage. Just I'm gonna say I can go get some more money today. I don't need any more. And Cool. Pockets are empty. Ever seen a sunset from the top of a mountain? It's a sight, I tell you. The last 10. We want Geos. You need slime. Oh, hold up. Need that. Okay, we're getting quite a few slime goops. Oh my goodness. think you guys just give dark essence, right? Oh no, I got slime. This. Can I make it? I can't. No, I need 3 more. Slime, you guys are not gonna give me slime. Here we go. I'm a slimy slime. No? Okay. No, I could leave now, but may as well keep going. Oh, there's more slime. Woohoo! I just need one more. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so excited. I did not hit you, sir. Why are you coming for me? Leave me alone. Didn't I open? I don't even know where it is. No, I can't. Come on. I could have swore. Oh, okay, I didn't. Need one more, right? Limes. No slimes and no 4. Oh, till 9. Let me go now. Last thing I want to do is to miss this. And I don't even this pier. Oh, whose boat is this? Okay. Beach pier could be the gosh. Why am I pushing it? It's not? I mean, at least I got the flameback fish. Oh, only available sunny weather. So why'd he send me the letter today? I mean, I guess I'm happy because I got the flame back. And I needed it. No, not that. Oh, I didn't even see that I got a Gilmore eel. Need to water. Where's the watering can? I had the watering can over here. No, I did because it makes sense. No reason when I don't need. Is that happened? This is weird. I don't know how that happened. Okay. I guess I'm playing one more day because I want to see an hard event. And yeah, I might have. Nope. Unless, what is the weather gonna be tomorrow? It's not sunny. Don't kill. Okay. It is sunny. Yeah, let's go to the mines. So I didn't get any or geodes. Oh, and I need goop. Need one more. Come on, goop monster. No. Goop monster, no. But you. Goop monster, no. No. Go down. Just need a geode. Oop. Not asking for too much. The eel. Perfect. Please give me goop. Let's just go right here. And I can make it before I get kelp. And I can grab what I need to replicate. Oh my gosh. I think I put it over Bobby stuff. Oh, and I did get a geode. I saw it. Woo! It's 1 o'clock. Let me just. Oh, foraging one up. Up. 31 up. Okay. 13k 60. Random fishing. And random catching. That's good, because that's on top of me selling all that stuff to Sam. Osmium bug. Net is. Oh, I got 3 geodes without paying attention. Who all has events? Aaliyah has an event. Fish and Sips. Fish and Sips at night. And Surya does. Okay. The rant. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm. I almost have 30 osmium kappa. Dang. Ooh. do I need? Perfect. It's 6:30 in the morning. It cannot be. The sun isn't even up. That's scary. It's winter. Here. Okay, so I need to get more animals. I don't need, but I'm going to. And that's not the direct. Oh my gosh. Okay. Much better. Nope. Nope. Open. Cool. See how spacious this place is? It's amazing, isn't it? Oh, this is the answer to the question I keep forgetting to check into. Because I keep meaning to come here and see if Ben sleeps here. Right here is the kitchen, and there's a shower around the back. I'll have to pay for the internet, but power and water are included. The place is a steal. I could not ask for more. And it's close to you guys, too. He's leaving. And here's my space. Jack said he wasn't using nearly half of this back area, so all this would be mine. Lovely. Right next to the animal fodder. Ooh. It has a great view of the forest, and you should see this place at sunrise. Just gorgeous. The way the light streams through the trees. Yes, yes, I'm sure it's very picturesque from the outside. You guys are haters. Tell me, does your room have any windows? The window right there. Well, no. There's, oh, one decorative curtain on the wall. So no direct sunlight then. And what about this rough, ugly wooden paneling? Wow. You mean the side of the building? Yes. Will Jack be replacing that with something more appealing? No, I don't think so. And that overpowering stench of horses I'm detecting. Does he charge extra for that? Weird. No, that's included. I see. Frankly, nephew, we're surprised you would consider living in such a place. You can do better. Unless you're that desperate to move away from your family. Oh my gosh. Who has done so much for you? And who loves you very much? Huh. We'll see you later, okay, boyo? It breaks my heart, really. So how'd it go? Did they love it? Right, let's get to animals. Oh. Pet my animals. Animals first. Fishing. Oh, I don't want to go fishing though. If we're being completely honest, I don't want to. Okay, we're gonna open these. So, especially because, close tomorrow. Ore is good. Fine. That was it, right? Yeah. Mm. All right. The owner of the stagger never really left. Fish. Cool weapon. What's the blade made out of? I don't have any stone. No, I think I gave Archie 2 gifts. Museum. Oh, Friday. I have to watch the TV. And I've given all of the bones? Look at my dinosaurs. Legs. On front legs. Hips. Maybe fin. Need skulls. Rib cage and everything. You guys look like you're done. Keep forgetting to go down there. What do you need? Nothing. Well, that reminded me. I don't think I have that one. I need to get my catcher. This is the one that I have. I was just playing hide and seek, but I forgot who I was hiding from. Hmm. Go back. Hmm. No. Ay ay ay. I keep accidentally hitting that. Mhm. Uh-uh. Hmm. I don't know if I had terrarium pendant. Alright, let me drop those off. Don't think I have the vinyl record. Yep, and the pearl. Right. Thanks. Yeah. Early. Um, of farming profit. Go to deep forest, probably. Make sure. Okay, those are finished. Okay. Now what fish? I got everything now, maybe? flame back. Okay. Yeah, I just want those two, just because of the money. And because I need to donate swordfish. Oh, I don't know why I did this one. Actually, no. Why am I? I do want that to. Yeah. And my energy is about to okay. Donated, and that's be able to make it. Yes, I did it. Boo. Just for some silver ore. I was hoping it would be like a diamond or something. Well, at least now it's 6 is the time for me to meet Pablo. And forage. Good shallot. Hmm. I didn't get, well, I didn't get the bug net. Too early, or is it 7? Perfect. Oh, you're here. Oops. Lovely as always. Please come and sit on the boat. Oh, the little boat. It's such a nice night, isn't it? I love being in the middle of a crowd, but Raphael is right. Every now and then, it's nice to just be surrounded by silence. Not exactly what we're doing. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us at the garage rather than going to the tavern. I hope that didn't inconvenience you too much. That's good to hear. Sometimes I forget that Raphael and I are so different, but as different as we are, I'm glad we can still hang out. I love my brother so much, and I'd be bummed out if he doesn't want to hang out with me anymore because I'm so loud. Hey, I didn't invite you out here to just talk to you about my brother as much as I love him. I'm here to talk to you. The moment I laid my eyes on you, I knew you were special, but I didn't realize just how special you were until recently. You're the most amazing, charming, and understanding person I've met. Not to mention good looking too. Adventures with V, I love you. Break his heart. You don't know how happy those words make me. Okay. Oh, was it just... Yes. Go there now. 10 hard events are not... I don't know. I liked Raphael's the best so far. Others were boring compared to... Julia, my favorite sister. Oh, Eddie. Never stop reaching for the stars. So they just drop off a brother and don't tell us? Where's Betty? Imagine, the next time we look through the telescope, we might see her spaceship zooming by. Oh yeah, I'll be up there. You get to decide which missions to go on, because if you ever get the chance to go to a black hole and be spaghettified, I don't think so. What's spaghettified? Oh, it's gnarly. Your body gets stretched out really long and thin. What? Whoa, sis, you've actually thought about this? It's all theoretical. It's never actually happened to anyone. Yet. I think I'll be staying far away from black holes, but I'll be honest, I'd love to walk on the moon. So jealous of you. Waku, wanna play pool? Why, so you can clobber me again? Of course. Oh, hi, Mama. What are you kids doing? May I join you? Sure, pull up a stool. I mean, yes, you have something to say? Sure, come sit next to me. So you probably heard by now. I did. It was me. It was me. I told her. See, it wasn't me. It was Noah. It's always Noah. He's always the one who stole the last of Frank's cookies 3 years ago. Oh, he was also the one who stole the last of Frank's cookies 3 years ago. I saw him doing it. Oh my god. Nobody cares, Ed. So what do you think, Mama? I'm excited for you, Aaliyah. Excited and proud. You are? But I thought I would still like grandchildren sooner rather than later, but if it's not in the cards for you, there's always Eddie and Noah. Oh no, no, no. No kids for me, Ma. Hey, don't peanut and butter count? You're a strong, capable woman, Aaliyah. I'm always gonna worry about you, but I won't stand in your way. Thanks, Ma. May I propose a toast? To Aaliyah. Get up there and show the world how it's done. Right. Let me talk to you. I'll never talk to her. And not that it matters, but I want to talk to them. Let me talk to you. So you like durian? I didn't really read what he said, but... And we've already talked more. Oh, Antonio's here. Shoot, what does Antonio like? Juice? Let's see. My girls love jackfruit pies. Okay. I make sure to bring some every time I visit. Get through the... Aku's not doing anything. Charles really not doing anything. 2 drinks and I'm done. Anything more and it's hangover city for me the next day. Okay. You live such an exciting life, Charles. Let me see if there's fish in the net. This garbage. Heat is exhausting. But there are plenty of wild vegetables growing. That's good for someone like me who relies on nature a lot for food. Oh, that's good to know. Of other food to give her besides grilled fish. Oh, wait. I always miss that. Boat here? A little too late last time. Welcome, what can I get you? Yay! Oh my gosh, as much as I want the geodes. Oh, my pockets are full anyways. A big part of me wants to just buy a bunch of geodes. Who sells them for 150? Like, why do they do that to us? Make it seem like we can get it somewhere else cheaper. Okay, let me empty my pockets, and honestly, I think I'm about to buy some from her. Hmm. The we're just not getting geodes. I'll buy 5. I'll be good. I won't spend all 20K. I'll buy 5. Does she have 5? Does she just give you 1? She just gives you 1. Okay. That's probably best. Leave the rest. Um, Yay. Let me put it in here. Just so I'll know where it is. It'll be close. I need 4. At least 4. Might do 5 just in case just in case. I need 3 for the goddess. And 1 for the I didn't put those away. They do anything with coconut? Oh, I have trash in my pocket. Should have left it. I also need to wait. Oh, I haven't sold those. I need to watch TV. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna forget. Cooking channel. Flatbread. Oh, this was last week. Why are they repeating? Oh. 10, 11, 12. I have 3 hours. I feel like time flies when I'm in the mine. It's kind of boring because I always do it, but I'm gonna do it. Oh, I have to do realized. And we got a geode. It was worth it to come down to Florida. 2 geodes. What? Never happened? Are you on? No? You want to give me goop? No. Okay. And of course, there's the... See if I can get some more geodes. Level. Stay on this level and I won't go anywhere else. That's the case. Did I get another geode? Shut up. How many geodes? That one. Oh, I've gotten 5 geodes down here. Look at the time. Perfect. Okay, we're not getting geodes in there. That's another geode. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. It is exhausting mentally to not. And it's late. That was fun. Not really fun, but... Be nice to come back to Geo. What else can we sell? Who's in there? Oh well. Bed. 17K. Oh, we need more luak. duplicating that. Just excited about Luak. He thinks no one else had extra hearts. Oh crap. I meant to go. I've been jipping myself. I meant to go into. Doesn't matter because I'm not playing today. I'm still not gonna have a festival when I come back. I meant to go into the greenhouse because I know that these are done. It had 1 day and that was like 3 days ago. Yeah, been ready. Could have been had a lot of my stuff. Would be osmium. About 7 days. Not even. I'll be ready to do Starlit Expedition. Okay, well when I come back, probably Starlit Expedition. Can't believe I forgot. Could have been halfway there. Anyways, I'm gonna end it here. So thanks for hanging out. And hope you have a good rest of your day.